the silent dreams.
Welcome, welcome to a quiet place, where morning light is pale, and the air is still cold. Take a moment now to let the day settle around you, and allow the world outside to grow distant. There is nowhere you need to be, and nothing you need to carry. You may simply listen, or drift, as the story begins. Let your thoughts grow quieter. Let the weight fall away, and follow only the sound of the voice. Tonight, we return to the garden at Ashwick, but not the garden as we have known it. This is earlier, colder, before the leaves, before the fullness. This is March, at the very beginning of the year, when the earth is only just remembering what it is supposed to do. The house at Ashwick stood at the edge of the moor. It had stood there for many years, and it would stand for many more. But on the morning in question, it stood with a particular stillness, the kind of stillness that suggests a house holding its breath. Inside, a woman sat at the kitchen table. Her name was Eleanor Ashwick, though she had not been born with that name. It had come to her through marriage 6 years ago to a man named William. William had been the third son of a family that owned land near here. Not a great deal of land, but enough that Ashwick had been given to him when he came of age, a younger son's inheritance. Modest, remote, but his. He had not lived here, had chosen instead to stay in the village where he worked. He had been an apothecary, had kept a shop on the high street with a room above it, where they had lived together for all 6 years of their marriage. Ashwick had been a place they visited occasionally on Sundays in the summer months. William had talked about it often, had described the garden with a particular fondness that she had not entirely understood. But she had listened, had let him talk, had imagined, in some distant future, that perhaps they would live here when they were older. That future had not arrived. William had died in September, 6 months ago. It had been sudden, or sudden in the way that deaths are sometimes called sudden, when they happen over the course of 2 weeks, instead of 2 months. A fever. He had woken with it one morning, had gone to bed early that night, had not risen again. She had sat with him through those 2 weeks, had brought him water, had changed the linens, had watched the fever burn through him like something hungry. He had died on a Thursday, in the afternoon, while she was sitting beside him, holding his hand. She had not cried. Not then. Not for many days after. The crying had come later, in small waves, at unexpected moments, when she was washing a cup, when she was folding a sheet, when she woke in the middle of the night and reached for him and found only the cold space where he should have been. After the funeral, his family had come. Kind people, well-meaning. They had asked what she would do now. She had not known, had said so. They had suggested Ashwick. It was hers now. By law, by inheritance, she could live there if she wished. The house was sound. The land around it brought a small income. Not much, but enough to live on. She had not wished. Not particularly. But she had not wished to stay in the village either. In the rooms above the shop, where everything reminded her of William, where she could not walk from one room to another without seeing him in the corner of her vision. So she had come to Ashwick in late September, just as the leaves were beginning to turn. She had thought it would be easier here, in a place they had not lived together, in a place where there were no memories of his presence in every room. But it had not been easier. It had only been different. Instead of seeing him everywhere, she saw him nowhere. And the absence was somehow worse. She was 34 years old. She had been at Ashwick for 6 months. She had been a widow for the same length of time. These two facts were not unrelated. She had come to Ashwick because her husband had left it to her, or rather, because his family had left it to him. And then he had died, and so it had become hers, by the particular logic of inheritance. She had not wanted it. She had not wanted anything particularly in the weeks after William died, but wanting had not been required. The house had simply arrived in her life, the way grief had arrived, unbidden, unavoidable, present. She sat at the kitchen table, with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. The light from the window above the sink was pale, watery, the kind of light that comes in March, when the sun has not yet decided whether to stay or go. Outside, the garden waited. She had been avoiding it, not consciously, or not entirely consciously. She simply had not gone out. In the 6 months since arriving, she had walked to the village twice, had received the vicar once, had taken meals in the kitchen at irregular hours, had slept in the upstairs room that faced south. But the garden she had left alone. She was not sure why. Or rather, she was sure, but the reasons were many, and they tangled together in a way that made them difficult to separate. William had loved gardens. He had talked about this one often, had described it to her in the months before his death, as though it were a place they would visit together someday. They had not visited it together. He had died first, and now the garden was hers alone, which made it, in some way she could not articulate, unbearable to look at. But this morning was different. This morning, something had changed. Not in the house, not in her. The change was outside. She had woken early, earlier than usual. The light had been different at the window, sharper, as though something had been washed clean overnight. She had risen, dressed, come downstairs, made tea, and now she sat, looking at the door that led to the garden. The door was old, dark wood, iron latch. It had been painted once, many years ago, but the paint had mostly worn away, leaving only the ghost of it in the grain. She had not opened that door since she arrived. She set down the cold tea, stood, crossed to the door, her hand on the latch, cold iron beneath her palm. She opened it. The air that came through was colder than she expected. Not the deep cold of January, but the particular cold of early March. The kind that suggests winter is still present, but no longer certain of itself. She had not put on a coat. She stood in the doorway, in only the dress she had woken in, and felt the cold move around her, like something curious. The garden beyond the threshold was gray, or mostly gray. The stone paths were gray. The walls were gray. The beds were bare earth, darker than gray, but not yet brown. Everything looked dormant, waiting, as though the garden itself had been asleep and had not yet decided whether to wake. She took one step forward, onto the stone. The stone was damp beneath her shoes, not wet, but holding moisture from the night, or from the days before, or from the winter that had just passed. She did not know where to go. The paths crossed and turned in patterns she had not yet learned. She had seen the garden from the upstairs window many times, but seeing and walking were different things. She chose the path that led straight from the door, not because she knew where it went, but because it was there. The path was narrower than she expected, just wide enough for one person. The beds on either side were empty, cut back. Whatever had grown here in the warmer months had been cleared away. She could see, if she looked closely, the brown remnants of stems that had been cut close to the ground. Neat, deliberate, the work of someone who had known what they were doing. She wondered who that had been. William had mentioned that someone came from the village to tend the garden when he was not here. An old man, or perhaps not old. She could not remember. She had not thought to ask, had not thought that she would ever need to know. Now she wished she had. The old man, if he was old, had not come since William died, or if he had, Eleanor had not seen him. She had told no one that she was here, had simply arrived and closed the door behind her and let the winter settle in. Perhaps the old man had come to the door, had knocked, had received no answer, and gone away again. Or perhaps he had heard of William's death and assumed that the garden would no longer need him. She did not know, and the not knowing made her feel even more alone than she already felt. She walked slowly, not from caution, but because there was nowhere she was trying to arrive. The beds on her left looked different from those on her right. The earth on the left was darker, richer, worked more recently. Perhaps, on the right, the beds were paler, more compacted, as though they had not been touched in many months. She bent to look more closely at the darker bed. There were small stones, placed at intervals along its edge, each one roughly the same size, as though they had been chosen for that purpose. Between the stones, lengths of twine had been tied, sagging now, weathered, but still there. She touched one of the strings. It was rough beneath her fingers, damp from the winter air. She did not know what had grown here, what had been trained along these lines. But the structure remained, the evidence of care, and it made her feel, in some small way, less like an intruder, as though the garden had been waiting, not for her specifically, but for someone, and she had arrived. She straightened, continued along the path. At the end of it, the tree. It stood at the center of the garden, bare-branched, not tall, but wide. Its branches spread outward, in a shape that suggested it had been here for a very long time. She stopped beneath it, looked up. The sky through the branches was pale, almost white, the kind of sky that might hold rain, or might hold nothing. She lowered her gaze and saw, at the base of the tree, a small patch of white flowers, very small, bell-shaped, white with faint green markings. At the center of each bloom, snowdrops. She had not expected them, had not thought to look for them. But here they were, a small cluster, no more than a dozen stems, pushing up through the cold earth, as though they had been there all along, and had simply waited for the right moment to make themselves known. She knelt. The ground was cold beneath her knees, damp. She did not care. She reached out and touched one of the blooms, very gently, with the tip of one finger. The petal was cool, soft, impossibly delicate, and for the first time in 6 months, she felt something shift. Not grief leaving. Grief did not leave like that. But something else. Something making space. Beside the grief. Something small and quiet. That she had not felt since before William died. Interest. Curiosity. The faintest suggestion of wanting to know what would happen next. She stayed there for a long time, kneeling in the cold, her hand resting lightly on the damp earth beside the snowdrops. The garden was silent around her. No birds. Not yet. The birds had not fully returned. But there was a quality to the silence that was different from the silence inside the house. This silence was not empty. It was waiting, holding something just beneath the surface. She did not know what, but she felt it. And for now, that was enough. She touched the snowdrop again, very gently, then withdrew her hand. She did not want to damage it, did not want to disturb whatever fragile hold it had on the cold March earth. She simply wanted to know it was there, that something had survived the winter, that something had chosen to return. She looked around. At the base of the tree, were there more? Yes. At the far side of the trunk, another small cluster, 5 or 6 stems, the same white bells, the same faint green markings. She moved to them carefully, knelt again. These were slightly more open than the first one she had found. Their petals spread wider, catching what little light the pale sky offered. She stayed there for another few minutes, looking at them, thinking of nothing in particular, or thinking of everything. Of William, of the village, of the 6 months she had spent inside the house, without coming out here, of all the springs that had come before this one, all the snowdrops that had pushed up through the earth, year after year, without anyone watching. Or perhaps someone had watched William when he visited, the old man from the village, others before them. She thought about that, about the fact that these flowers did not care whether they were seen or not. They simply came, every year, without fail, because that was what they did. And there was something deeply comforting in that, something that steadied her, in a way she had not expected. She rose slowly, her knees damp, her hands cold. She looked back at the house. It was still there, still gray, still waiting. But something had changed. Or rather, she had changed, in some small way, that she could not yet name. She turned away from the house, and began to walk, not back to the door, but further into the garden, along the path that led away from the tree, toward the southern wall. The path here was wider, or seemed wider. The beds on either side were still bare, but the earth looked different, darker, richer, as though it had been worked and cared for over many years. She did not know what had grown here, but she could see, if she looked closely, the faint suggestion of structure. Small marker stones, placed at intervals, twine tied between stakes, the remnants of order. Someone had tended this. Recently, or not recently, she could not tell, but the evidence was there, and it made her feel less alone, in a way she had not expected. At the southern wall, she stopped. The wall was high, taller than her by several feet. Old stone, gray-brown, with mortar that had weathered to almost the same color as the stone itself. Against the wall, something had been trained, the bare stems of it, spread across the stone, in a pattern that was too regular to be natural. A fruit tree. She did not know which kind, but the shape of it suggested careful work, patient work, the kind that takes years to achieve. At the base of the wall, she found something else. A rose, or what had been a rose. The stems were gray and leafless, but they were thick, old, and at the very tip of one stem, a single hip remained, dark red, wrinkled, still clinging to the branch. The winter had long since passed. She bent to look at it more closely. The hip was smaller than her thumb, its surface rough, dried, but when she touched it, it was still attached firmly, not ready to let go yet. She thought about cutting it back, about tidying the stems. She had no idea how, but the thought came anyway. And then, another thought. Perhaps it did not need cutting back. Perhaps it needed only to be left alone. She let the hip rest against her fingers for a moment longer, then stepped back, leaving it where it was. She walked the southern edge of the garden, slowly, following the wall. At the southeast corner, the wall turned north. The path followed it, Here, the beds were different, smaller, more irregular in shape, as though they had been added at different times by different hands. She stopped at one of them, knelt again, touched the earth. It was cold still, but not frozen, not hard. There was a give to it, a softness that suggested it was ready. For what? She did not know, but ready. By the time she returned to the house, the light had changed, not dramatically. The morning had simply deepened into itself. The pale sky had become slightly less pale. The shadows, which had been almost absent, had begun to suggest direction. She stepped back through the door, into the kitchen. The warmth of it was immediate, not because the room was warm. The range had burned low overnight, but because it was enclosed, because the cold stopped at the threshold. She closed the door behind her, stood for a moment, with her back against it. Her hands were very cold, her shoes damp from the paths, her dress marked with earth. At the knees, she looked down at the marks. They were dark against the fabric. She had not noticed them while she was outside, but now, in the kitchen, they seemed significant. Evidence of what? She could not say, but evidence. She moved to the sink, filled the kettle, set it on the range. While the water heated, she stood at the window and looked out at the garden. From here, she could see the tree, the paths, the wall, all of it familiar now, in a way it had not been. An hour before, the kettle began its slow sound. She did not move. She simply stood, looking at the garden, thinking of the snowdrops, of the rose hip, of the earth that had been soft beneath her hands. When the kettle was ready, she made tea, carried it to the table, sat. This time, she drank it while it was still hot. The house had many rooms. Eleanor had been in most of them. But there was one she had avoided. William's study. It was on the ground floor, at the far end of the hallway that led from the kitchen. The door to it had remained closed since she arrived. Not locked, simply closed. She had opened every other door in the house, had looked into every room, had arranged her life around the spaces she felt she could occupy. But the study she had left. Until now, she stood before the door, her hand on the handle, the same cold iron as the garden door. She turned it. The door opened without sound. Inside, the room was dark. The curtains had been drawn, perhaps by William, perhaps by someone else. She did not know. She crossed to the window, drew the curtains back. The light that came through was the same pale March light that had been in the garden. Watery, uncertain, but sufficient. The room revealed itself slowly. A desk, dark wood, papers still scattered across its surface. A chair, upholstered in dark fabric, worn smooth at the arms. Shelves along one wall. Books, many books. Some she recognized, some she did not. And in the corner, Near the window, a small cabinet, low, with glass doors. Inside it, she could see the shapes of bottles, jars, the remnants of William's work. He had been an apothecary, had worked in the village for many years, had mixed remedies, compounded tinctures, kept careful records of what worked and what did not. She had loved that about him, the patience of it, the way he approached each task with the same quiet attention. She had thought once that she might learn it from him, that patience, that attention, but he had died before she could. She moved to the desk, looked at the papers. They were not medical notes, or not all of them. Some were, but underneath those, she found something else. Letters, written in William's hand, addressed to her, not sent, or not finished, just beginnings, drafts, fragments of things he had wanted to say, and had not yet found the right words for. She did not read them. Not then. She simply gathered them into a small pile and set them aside, to be read later, or never. She had not yet decided. Beneath the letters, she found books, ledgers, bound in cloth, dark green, dark brown, each one labeled in William's careful script. She opened the first. Inside, columns of numbers, dates, names of plants, quantities, methods of preparation, an apothecary's records. She set it aside, opened the second. This one was different. The handwriting was still William's, but the content was not medical. It was a garden book. The first entry read, March 1829. Snowdrops beneath the tree. Earlier than last year by nearly a week. The rose at the south wall continues. I have decided not to prune it this spring. It seems to know what it is doing. She read the entry again. Then again. 2 years ago, William had been here, had walked the garden, had seen the snowdrops, had noticed the same rose. She had noticed. That morning, she turned the page. More entries, each one brief, each one noting something that had happened, or something that had been done, or something that was still waiting to be understood. March 1829. The herb bed against the eastern wall needs attention. Rosemary overgrown. Time spreading into the path. I have decided to leave it. The bees will be grateful. April 1829. First tulips open today. Red. At the southern wall. Earlier than I expected. The wall holds the warmth well. May 1829. The tree is in full leaf now. Its canopy wider than I remembered. Underneath it, the air is cooler by several degrees. A relief on warm afternoons. She read through them slowly, one by one, through March, through April, through May. Each entry was short, sometimes only a single line. But together, they told a story. The story of a man who had cared for this place, who had paid attention to it, who had noticed the small changes that marked the passing of the seasons. She had known that William cared for gardens. He had talked about it often, about the way plants grew, about the patience required to tend them. But reading his notes was different from hearing him talk. The notes were private, written for himself, not for her, not for anyone. They were a record of his own observations, his own thoughts, the things he noticed when no one else was watching. And reading them now, 6 months after his death, felt like discovering a part of him she had not fully known. She turned more pages. June 1829. The lavender is beginning to flower. I have cut some for the house. Eleanor will like it. She stopped. Read the line again. Eleanor will like it. Her name, in his handwriting, in a ledger she had not known existed. Until this morning, he had been thinking of her. Here, in this garden, 2 years before his death, she felt something shift in her chest. Not grief, or not only grief, something else, something softer. The knowledge that he had thought of her, in this place, that he had imagined, bringing her here, showing her the lavender, sharing with her the things he loved. They had never come together. Not properly. There had always been something else to do. The shop, his work, her own reluctance to leave the village. And now he was gone, and she was here alone. But he had thought of her. She closed the book for a moment, held it against her chest. The cloth cover was soft beneath her hands, worn with use. She sat like that for several minutes, not moving, simply holding the book, and feeling, for the first time since he died, that he was near, not in body, but in the words he had written, in the observations he had made, in the garden he had tended. She opened the book again, continued reading. July 1829. The roses are finished now. Hips forming already. I will leave them for the birds. August 1829. Very dry this month. Watered the herb bed twice. Everything else seems to manage. September 1829. First leaves falling from the tree. Always the same. The north side first, then the rest. October 1829. Cleared the summer beds today. Cut everything back. The garden looks bare now, but it is only resting. It will return. She read those words twice. It is only resting. It will return. She thought about that, about the way William had written it. Not as a hope, not as a wish, but as a certainty. The garden would return. It always did. Year after year, season after season, without fail. And perhaps, she thought, that was true of other things as well. Not William. He would not return. She knew that. But other things. The capacity to feel. The capacity to notice. The capacity to care. About something. Beyond the weight of grief. Perhaps those things were only resting too. And would return. In their own time. And as she read, sitting in William's study, with the pale March light coming through the window, something inside her that had been very tight for a very long time, began, very slightly, to ease. That afternoon, she returned to the garden. This time, she brought the green ledger with her. She walked to the tree, sat on the cold stone, at its base, opened the book, and began to read, more slowly than before. The entries covered 2 years, March 1829 to February 1831. The last entry was dated 3 weeks before William died. It read, February 1831. The cold has been relentless this year. I have covered the herb bed, but I am not certain it will be enough. The tree stands as it always has. I find that reassuring. She closed the book, looked up at the tree above her. It stood as it always had. She found that reassuring too. The nights were difficult. They had been difficult since William died. But in the first months, the difficulty had been different. Sharp, raw, the kind of pain that does not permit sleep, because the body is still too startled to rest. Now, 6 months later, the pain had dulled, or not dulled, changed, become something she could carry without collapsing beneath it. But the nights were still difficult. She would go to bed at a reasonable hour, would lie in the dark, and wait for sleep. Sometimes it came. Most nights it did not. On the nights when it did not come, she would lie awake, listening to the house, the small sounds of old timber settling, the faint creak of a floorboard somewhere below, the wind moving around the eaves. These sounds had frightened her at first, when she first arrived, when she had not yet learned the particular language of this house. But she had learned it now, and the sounds no longer frightened her. They simply kept her awake. On one such night, perhaps a week after her first visit to the garden, she gave up on sleep entirely. She rose, dressed, went downstairs. The kitchen was dark. She did not light a candle. She simply stood at the window above the sink and looked out. The garden beyond the glass was darker than the kitchen, a solid mass of black. She could see nothing, but she knew it was there. She thought about going out, about walking the paths. In the dark, the thought surprised her. She was not a person who walked in the dark, had never been. But tonight, the idea did not seem strange. It seemed, instead, like something she might do. She went to the door, opened it. The cold air came in, sharper than during the day, cleaner. She stood at the threshold for a long moment, then stepped through. The darkness outside was absolute. No moon, no stars. The sky above was covered with the kind of low cloud that held no light and offered none back. She could not see the paths, could not see the beds, could not see the tree, but she knew where they were. She had walked the garden every morning for a week. Her feet knew the paths now, knew where the stone dipped slightly, knew where the edge of the bed began. She moved forward slowly, one hand extended slightly, to feel the air ahead of her. Her boots found the stone. the familiar uneven surface. Beneath her soles, she walked toward the tree. In the dark, the garden felt different. Larger, or not larger. More open, as though the walls had dissolved, and the space beyond them had expanded into something that had no boundary. She found the tree by touch, her hand against the bark. Rough, cold, familiar. She stood there, with her palm against the trunk, breathing. The air was so cold, it made her lungs ache slightly, but not unpleasantly. It was the kind of ache that reminded you were alive. She stayed there for perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps more. Time was difficult to measure. In the dark, when she returned to the house, she felt different. Not lighter, not happier, but quieter, as though something that had been moving restlessly inside her had finally stopped. She went upstairs, lay down again, and this time she slept. The days began to lengthen. Not dramatically, not in a way that could be measured from one day to the next, but over the course of 2 weeks, Eleanor noticed that the light lasted longer, that the mornings came earlier, that the pale sky at dawn held a suggestion of something warmer than it had before. She walked the garden every morning. This had become her habit. She would wake, dress, make tea, and go outside. Some mornings she stayed for only a few minutes. Other mornings she stayed for an hour or more. It depended on nothing that she could name, only on what the garden seemed to ask of her. On that particular day, she began to notice things she had not noticed before. Small things, the way the frost gathered differently on different parts of the garden, thick on the stones that faced north, thin on the southern wall, absent entirely beneath the tree's canopy. The way the light, at 8 in the morning, touched the eastern bed first, then moved slowly across the garden toward the west. The way certain beds seemed to warm more quickly than others. The southern beds first, then the eastern ones, the northern beds last. She did not know why she noticed these things. They were not useful, not practical, but she found herself watching for them nonetheless, and writing them down in the green ledger. When she returned to the house, March 1831. The frost is lighter this week, still present, but clearing by mid-morning. March 1831. More snowdrops along the northern wall. I had not seen them before. Perhaps they were always there. March 1831. The rose at the southern wall has small green buds at the base of the old stems. New growth. She wrote these things in the same careful hand William had used, not because she was trying to imitate him, but because it seemed right to continue what he had begun, to add her observations to his, to keep the record going. The sun was beginning to move toward the western side of the garden, not setting, not yet, but shifting, the light changing from pale to something warmer. She felt it on her face, very faint. But there, the first real warmth she had felt in months. She sat for a long time, long enough that the warmth grew slightly stronger, long enough that the shadows of the bare branches began to lengthen. Across the stone, she thought about William, about the way he had sat here, in this same place, writing his notes, watching the garden do what gardens do. She thought about the snowdrops, how he had written about them 2 years ago, how they had returned this year, as they always returned, whether William was here to see them or not. She thought about the rose, how he had decided not to prune it, how it had continued, even after that decision, even after he was gone. And she thought, for the first time, that perhaps the garden did not need her to know what she was doing. Perhaps it needed only for her to be here, paying attention, watching, the way William had watched, the way she suspected others had watched before him. There was a bench. She had not noticed it on her first visits to the garden. Or perhaps she had noticed it, but had not thought to sit on it. It stood at the western wall, old timber, dark with years of weather, its slats slightly warped, its iron feet sunk into the stone, as though they had been there for a very long time. She sat on it now. The wood was cold, slightly damp, but solid. From here, she could see the whole garden, the tree at the center, the paths crossing and turning, the beds on either side, empty still, but not for much longer. She could feel it, the change coming, the way the air was beginning to soften, the way the light was beginning to strengthen. Spring was not here yet, but it was near, very near. She sat on the bench and watched the garden and thought about nothing in particular. And for the first time since arriving at Ashwick, she felt almost at peace. She opened the book again, turned to the last page. Below William's final entry, there was blank space, room for more. She had no pen, no ink, but she thought, perhaps tomorrow, she might bring them and write something. Not much, just a sentence or two, about what she had seen, about what had returned. March 1831. The snowdrops are here again, beneath the tree, as they always are. Something like that. Something simple. Something true. The days that followed took on a pattern. Eleanor woke early, made tea, went to the garden. Not for long. Sometimes only a quarter of an hour. Sometimes more. She walked the paths, looked at the beds, touched the earth, watched, and slowly, very slowly, things began to change. Not in the garden, or not only in the garden. In her, she found, in the second week, that the tight feeling in her chest had loosened slightly. Not gone. It would not be gone for a long time, but loosened, enough that she could breathe more deeply than she had been able to before. She found, in the third week, that she was sleeping through the night. Not every night, but some. And on the nights when she woke, she no longer lay awake. For hours, she simply rose, made tea, and thought about the garden until she was ready to sleep again. And she found, in the fourth week, that she was beginning to notice things she had not noticed before. Small things, a new shoot, pushing up through the earth, at the edge of the herb bed, the faint swelling of buds on the fruit trees, at the southern wall, the way the light, in the early morning, had changed from gray to pale gold. These things meant something. She was not sure what, but they meant something. And she found that she wanted to know what came next. At the end of the fourth week, she made a decision. She would build a cold frame. She had read about them in William's notes. A simple structure, timber and glass, low to the ground, used for protecting seedlings. In the early spring, she did not know how to build one, but she thought she might ask. There was a carpenter in the village. She had seen his workshop on her walks to and from the vicarage. Perhaps he would know. The next morning, she walked to the village. It was the third time since arriving, but this time was different. This time, she was not going because she had been summoned or because she felt she should. She was going because she wanted something, and that, she realized, was new. The carpenter's name was Davies. He was a quiet man, perhaps 60 years old, with hands that were dark with work, and eyes that looked at her with a kind of careful kindness. She explained what she wanted. He listened without interrupting. When she finished, he nodded once, said, "I can do that." How large? She had not thought about size. She had only thought about having one. He suggested dimensions, drew a sketch on a piece of paper that lay on his workbench, showed her where the glass would sit, where the lid would hinge. She looked at the sketch, tried to imagine it. In the garden, at the base of the southern wall, where the sun would reach it first. In the morning. Yes, she said. That would be good. He said he would have it ready in a week. She thanked him, paid a small deposit from the money she had brought with her, and walked back to Ashwick, feeling, for the first time in months, as though she had accomplished something. Not something large, not something that would change anything fundamentally, but something, a small step, in a direction she had not known she could take. The week that followed was the warmest yet. Not warm by any summer standard, but warm for March. Warm enough that Eleanor could sit in the garden for longer periods without the cold driving her inside. She found herself spending whole mornings there, sitting on the bench or on the stone at the base of the tree, or simply walking the paths with no particular destination. She had brought a small basket from the kitchen. In it, she carried the green ledger, a pencil, sometimes a cup of tea that she would drink while sitting in the sun. The sun was stronger now. Not strong, but stronger. It reached the southern wall by mid-morning and stayed there through most of the afternoon. Eleanor would sit with her back against the stone and feel the warmth that had gathered there. Very faint, but real. She had not realized how much she had missed. The feeling of warmth. Not just the physical warmth, though that too, but the sense of the world turning back toward something other than cold. She wrote in the ledger almost every day now. March 1831. The snowdrops are beginning to fade, petals browning at the edges. I have left them. They will seed themselves. March 1831. Small green shoots appearing in the eastern bed. I do not know what they are. We'll watch and see. March 1831. The rose continues. New leaves unfurling. Bright green against the old wood. She did not know if anyone would ever read these notes. Probably not. They were small observations. Unremarkable. The kind of thing that only mattered to someone who was here every day. But she wrote them anyway, because writing them made her pay attention, and paying attention made her feel less alone. On the seventh day, Davies arrived with the cold frame. Eleanor heard the cart before she saw it. The sound of wheels on the lane outside the garden wall. Then the creak of the gate. She met him at the door. He nodded, brought it as promised. Together, they carried the pieces through to the garden. Davies had made it in sections, so it could be moved more easily. Eleanor led him to the southern wall, to the place she had chosen. Davies looked at it, nodded. Good spot. Warmest part of the garden. My father always said that wall held the sun better than any other. He set down the timber, began to fit the pieces together. Eleanor watched. She did not offer to help. Davies did not seem to expect it. He worked quietly, efficiently. The frame took shape in less than an hour. When it was finished, he stepped back, looked at it, seemed satisfied. Eleanor stood beside him, looking at it too. It was simple, honest, the kind of thing that would last many years, if cared for properly. She thanked him, paid him the remainder of the cost. He pocketed the money, then hesitated. If you need soil, he said, there's good compost at the back of the vegetable plots, behind the shed. You'll see the heap. Eleanor had not known there was a shed. Davy saw the confusion on her face. Northeast corner, past the herb bed. Can't miss it. Then he nodded once more and left. Eleanor remained. She knelt beside the cold frame, opened the glass lid, looked inside. The space was empty. Waiting. She would need soil. Good soil. The kind that would hold moisture, but drain well. The kind that would support whatever fragile things she chose to plant. She stood, turned, and went to find the shed. The shed stood exactly where Davies had said, tucked into the northeast corner, behind the herb bed. invisible from most of the garden, unless you knew it was there. It was a small building, stone and timber, the door slightly warped, but still functional. Eleanor pushed it open. Inside, the smell of earth, of old wood, of things that had been stored here for many years. There were tools hanging on the walls, spades, forks, hoes of different sizes, a rake with a wooden handle, worn smooth by use. On a bench along the back wall, she found what she had not known to look for: seed packets, old ones, arranged in a wooden box, each one labeled in handwriting she did not recognize. Not William's, someone else's, older, faded. She opened the box carefully. Inside, dozens of packets. Some were recent, their paper still crisp. Others were ancient, yellowed, the ink barely legible. She read the labels: wallflowers, stock, sweet William, foxglove, hollyhock, larkspur. So many names, so many possibilities. She did not know which to choose, or whether any of them would still be viable after so many years. But she chose anyway. The wallflowers, because the name seemed simple, because the packet was one of the newer ones, because she had to start somewhere. Behind the shed, as Davies had said, stood the compost heap. It was larger than she expected. A mound of dark earth, perhaps 4 feet high, and twice as wide. She could smell it from several feet away. Rich, organic, the smell of things breaking down and becoming something else. She found a small spade in the shed, carried it to the heap, and began to dig. The soil at the top was still rough, fragments of stems, leaves not yet broken down. But beneath that, a foot or so down, the soil was perfect, dark, crumbly, holding together when she squeezed it, but falling apart easily. When she opened her hand, she filled a bucket, then another, carried them both to the cold frame, and began to fill it. The work took most of the afternoon. It was not difficult work, but it was slow, and Eleanor found that she did not mind the slowness. There was something satisfying in the simple repetition of it. Dig, carry, pour, smooth. Dig, carry, pour, smooth. By the time the frame was filled, the sun was beginning to lower. Her hands were dark with soil, her dress marked at the hem, but the frame was ready. She knelt beside it, opened the glass lid, looked at the dark soil. Inside, tomorrow, she would plant the seeds, but tonight, she would let the soil rest, let it settle into its new home. She closed the lid, stood, and went inside. The cold frame arrived on a gray afternoon, at the beginning of the 5th week. Davies brought it himself, carried it to the garden, in sections, assembled it at the base of the southern wall, exactly where Eleanor had described. When it was finished, he stepped back, looked at it, seemed satisfied. Eleanor stood beside him, looking at it too. It was simple. 4 sides of timber. A glass lid that could be propped open or closed, depending on the weather. Inside, the soil was bare. Waiting. She thanked Davies, paid him the remainder of the cost. He nodded, said, "If you need anything else, you know where to find me." And then he left. Eleanor remained. She knelt beside the cold frame, opened the glass lid, looked inside. The soil was cold, dark, untouched. She did not have seeds yet. She did not know what she would plant, but the frame was here, ready, and that, for now, was enough. In the 6th week, she found the seeds. They were in William's study, in a small wooden box, on the shelf beside the books. She had not noticed it before, or perhaps she had noticed it, but had not thought to open it. Inside, packets of seeds, each one labeled, in William's hand. Wallflowers, stock, Sweet William, foxglove. Some of the packets were old. The paper yellowed. The writing faded. She did not know if the seeds inside were still viable, but she thought she might try. The next morning, she carried the wallflower seeds to the garden. The cold frame had been sitting for a day now. The soil inside had settled slightly, compressed under its own weight. She opened the lid, knelt beside it, opened the seed packet carefully. The seeds were small, smaller than she expected, dark brown, almost black. She poured a few into her palm. They looked impossibly small, impossibly fragile. She did not know how something so small could become a plant, but she had seen the snowdrops, had seen them push up through the cold March earth, had seen them bloom against all reason. If snowdrops could do that, perhaps wallflowers could too. She made small depressions in the soil with her finger, shallow, no more than a 1/4 inch deep. She had read about this in one of the books, in William's study, a book about gardening, about seeds and sowing, and the proper depth for different plants. Wallflowers, it had said, needed only to be covered lightly. Too deep, and they would not come up. She placed one seed in each depression, spaced them evenly, roughly 3 inches apart, then covered them gently with soil, pressed the surface flat with her palm. When she was finished, she sat back, looked at the cold frame. It looked exactly as it had before, the soil smooth, undisturbed, but beneath that surface, the seeds waited. She closed the lid, stood, and wondered how long it would take. The waiting was difficult, not in the way that grief had been difficult. This was a different kind of difficulty, a restless kind, the kind that comes from wanting something and not knowing if it will arrive. Eleanor checked the cold frame every morning, opened the lid, looked at the soil, saw nothing. She told herself to be patient, that seeds took time, that the book had said wallflowers might take 2 to 3 weeks to germinate. But patience was easier in theory than in practice. The first week passed. Nothing appeared. The soil in the cold frame remained smooth, undisturbed. Eleanor began to doubt. Perhaps the seeds were too old. Perhaps she had planted them too deep, or not deep enough. Perhaps the soil was too rich, or not rich enough. Perhaps she should have watered them, or perhaps she had watered them too much. She did not know, and the not knowing made her anxious in a way she had not expected. She walked the garden more frequently now, not just in the mornings, but at midday, in the afternoons, sometimes in the early evening. Before the light faded, she would check the cold frame, then walk the paths, then check the frame again, as though by looking more often, she might persuade the seeds to appear. On the 9th day, she found herself sitting on the ground beside the cold frame, the lid open, her hand resting on the warm glass. She had been there for perhaps 20 minutes, simply looking, and as she looked, she began to notice things she had not noticed before. The way the soil was slightly darker in some places than others. The way the surface had developed a very fine crust where the sun had dried it. The way, if she looked very closely, she could see tiny fragments of organic matter mixed through the dark earth. Old leaves, broken stems, the remnants of things that had been. She thought about that, about the fact that good soil was made from old things breaking down, from death becoming life, from what had finished feeding what had not yet begun. And she thought that perhaps this was true of other things as well. April arrived, not dramatically. The calendar turned. The month changed its name. But the weather remained uncertain. Some days were warm, almost summer-like, the sun strong enough to bring Eleanor out without her coat. Other days were cold, gray, the wind coming in from the north, carrying with it the memory of winter. On those days, Eleanor kept the cold frame closed, protecting what might be growing beneath the soil. On the warmer days, she opened it, let the air move through, let the sun reach the surface, and continued to wait. She had begun to notice the light changing, not just the length of the days, though that too, but the quality of the light itself. In March, the light had been pale, watery, the kind of light that seemed to have no warmth in it. In April, the light was different, still pale in the mornings, but by midday, it had taken on a faint golden quality, not the deep gold of summer, but a suggestion of it, a promise. Eleanor would sit with her back against the southern wall in the afternoon and feel the warmth that the stone had gathered. It was faint, but real, and each day it seemed slightly stronger than the day before. She wrote in the ledger, April 1831, planted wallflower seeds. In the new cold frame, 20 seeds, evenly spaced, waiting to see if they will come. April 1831. The tree is in leaf now. Not full leaf, but enough to cast a pale green shadow. April 1831. First tulips open today. Red, at the southern wall. I did not plant these. They have been here longer than I have. April 1831. Still no sign of the wallflowers. I am trying to be patient. The book says 2 to 3 weeks. It has been 10 days. She found comfort in these small observations, in the act of writing them down. It made the days feel less empty, less formless, as though each day had a purpose beyond simply passing. On the 12th day, rain came. Not heavy rain, not the kind that drove everyone inside and made the paths impassable, but steady rain, the kind that settled in and lasted all day. Eleanor kept the cold frame closed. She did not want the soil to become waterlogged, but she stood at the kitchen window and watched as the rain fell. She could see the garden from here, gray, wet, the paths dark, with moisture, but something had changed. The beds that had looked so bare in March were beginning to show green. Not everywhere, not dramatically, but here and there. Small shoots were pushing up, things she had not planted, things that had been waiting beneath the surface. All winter, she watched the rain and thought about those shoots, about the fact that the garden knew what to do without her, that it had its own rhythm, its own timing, and that her job was not to control that, only to watch it, to tend what needed tending, and to wait for what would come in its own time. In the 3rd week of April, something changed. Eleanor opened the cold frame, as she did every morning, looked at the soil, and saw, for the first time, a small green point. She stopped breathing, leaned closer. Yes, there, at the far left corner, no larger than the tip of a pin, but unmistakably green, unmistakably alive. She stayed there for a long time, kneeling beside the frame, looking at the single green point. It was impossibly small, impossibly fragile, and impossibly important, because it meant that the seeds had worked, that the soil was good, that the cold frame was doing what it was supposed to do. But more than that, it meant that she had done something, had made a decision, had taken an action, and something had come of it. Something small, something green, something alive. She felt, for the first time since William died, something that was not grief, not joy exactly, not relief, but something adjacent to both. Hope, quiet, uncertain. But there, over the next week, more seedlings appeared. Not all at once, 1 or 2 each day, until by the end of April, 12 small plants stood in the cold frame, each one with 2 small leaves, green, impossibly delicate, reaching upward, Eleanor tended them carefully. She had read in the book that seedlings needed gentle care, not too much water, not too little, not too much sun at first, not too much cold. She opened the lid on warm afternoons, closed it again when the evening cooled. She watched them grow, slowly, so slowly, that from one day to the next, the change was barely visible. But over a week, the change was undeniable. The leaves grew larger. The stems thickened. New leaves appeared between the first two, and Eleanor found that she was spending more and more time beside the cold frame, not working, not doing anything, simply watching. She began to understand why William had kept the ledger, why he had noted the small changes, why he had recorded when things appeared and when they did not. It was not for practical reasons, or not only for practical reasons. It was because paying attention to these small things made you part of them, made you present, in a way that ordinary living did not require. She wrote, April 1831. The wallflowers have 4 leaves each now. True leaves, not the first seed leaves. I can see the difference. The new ones are darker, more substantial. April 1831. The cold frame needs opening. Longer each day. The seedlings respond well to the air. They seem to stand straighter after a few hours with the lid open. April 1831. One of the seedlings has not grown as quickly as the others. I do not know why. I have left it alone. Sometimes things grow at their own pace. By early May, the garden had changed completely. What had been bare earth in March was now covered, not thickly, not the way it would be in high summer, but covered, green shoots everywhere. Some she recognized, some she did not. She had found, tucked into the back of one of William's books, a hand-drawn map of the garden, each bed labeled, each section marked with what grew there. The eastern bed, rosemary, thyme, sage, lavender. The southern beds, tulips, red, wallflowers, self-seeded, sweet rocket. The western corner, forget-me-nots, primrose, violets. The northern bed, mostly shade plants, ferns, Solomon seal. She carried this map into the garden, sat on the bench, and tried to match what she saw to what William had drawn. Most of it was still there. The rosemary exactly where marked. The tulips coming up in their designated corner. But some things had moved, or spread, or died back. The forget-me-nots that should have been in the western corner had seated themselves along the northern path. The wallflowers, marked as self-seeded at the southern wall, had not returned this year. But there were new things, things not on the map. A small clump of what looked like primrose, growing at the base of the tree. A single foxglove, pushing up, near the eastern bed. The garden, Eleanor realized, was not static. It did not stay exactly as it had been the year before. It moved, shifted, changed, and that was not a failing. It was what gardens did. She wrote about this. May 1831. Found William's map of the garden. Some things are where he marked them. Some have moved. I think this is as it should be. May 1831. The forget-me-nots are not where they should be, according to the map, but they are beautiful. Where they are, I will leave them. May 1831. A single foxglove has appeared where I did not plant it. I am glad. It feels like a gift. The seedlings in the cold frame were growing stronger. By mid-May, they had 6 leaves each. Their stems had thickened noticeably. Eleanor had begun, leaving the cold frame open all day, only closing it at night, when the temperature dropped. Soon, Thomas had said, they would be ready to plant out. Eleanor thought about that, about moving them from the protected space of the cold frame into the open garden. It felt significant, like a threshold. They had survived their first vulnerable weeks, had pushed up through the soil, had found the light, had grown, and now they would need to prove themselves in a wider world. She was ready for that, or she thought she was. June arrived, with warmth that felt almost like summer, not the tentative warmth of April, not even the growing warmth of May, but real warmth, the kind that arrived in the morning and stayed until evening. The garden responded, as though it had been waiting for exactly this moment. Everything seemed to grow several inches overnight. The rosemary that had been showing small pale flowers burst into full bloom. The bees found it immediately. By mid-morning, there were dozens of them, moving through the blue flowers with the kind of focused attention that Eleanor found soothing. To watch, the tree's canopy had filled completely. Dense green leaves, creating real shade underneath. Eleanor had taken to spending her afternoons there. She would bring her tea, or water, or sometimes nothing, and sit with her back against the trunk. From this position, she could see the entire garden, could watch the light move across the beds, could observe which plants the bees preferred, could notice the small changes that happened hour by hour. This watching had become something she looked forward to. Not a task, not a duty, simply a way of being present. She wrote, June 1831. The garden is full now. Not empty spaces anymore. Everything is growing. June 1831. Planted the wallflowers out today. All 12 of them. Along the southern wall, where they will get sun, but some shelter from the wind. June 1831. The rose has finished flowering. 3 blooms. That was all. But they were beautiful while they lasted. June 1831. I sat under the tree this afternoon for nearly 2 hours. I had meant to come in sooner, but the time passed differently here. More slowly, or perhaps not slowly, perhaps just differently. The evenings were long now. the light lasting until well past 9 o'clock. Eleanor found herself staying outside later and later, watching the sun move lower in the sky, watching the shadows lengthen across the paths, watching the colors of the beds deepen as the light changed from gold to amber to something close to gray. She had planted the wallflowers on a warm morning in early June, had dug small holes along the southern wall, had lifted each seedling carefully from the cold frame, had placed them in their new positions, had pressed the soil gently around their roots, had watered them in, and then had stepped back. They looked impossibly small in their new positions, fragile, exposed. She worried about them for the first few days, checked them every morning, every evening. But they did not need her worry. They simply grew, their leaves unfurling, their stems thickening, their roots spreading down into the good soil of Ashwick. By the third week of June, they looked as though they had always been there, as though they belonged, and Eleanor realized that she felt the same way. By the end of May, the cold frame held a dozen small wallflower seedlings, each one with two small leaves, green, reaching upward. Eleanor tended them carefully, opened the lid on warm afternoons to let the air move through, closed it again when the evenings grew cold. She had also planted other things: stock, sweet William, all from the packets William had left. Not all of them had come up, but enough to fill the cold frame, enough to make the garden feel less empty than it had been. In March, May brought warmth, real warmth, not the tentative warmth of early April, not the occasional warm afternoon, followed by cold nights, but consistent warmth, the kind that settled in and stayed. The garden responded. Things that had been waiting beneath the surface began to appear. In the eastern bed, the small green shoots that Eleanor had noticed in March had become recognizable plants: rosemary, thyme, sage, their scents becoming stronger as the sun warmed them. At the southern wall, the rose that Eleanor had left alone began to bloom. Not abundantly. It was old, perhaps past its best years, but it bloomed. 3 flowers, deep pink, their petals soft and slightly darker at the edges. Eleanor discovered them one morning and knelt before them. For a long time, she had not expected the rose to flower, had thought, perhaps, that it was too old, too neglected, but it had flowered anyway, as though to say, "I am still here. I continue." She wrote about it in the Ledger, May 1831. The old rose at the southern wall has 3 blooms, deep pink, scented. I did not know it could still flower. I am glad it does. The tree had filled with leaves, not the sparse pale green of early April, but full leaves, dense, casting real shade. Eleanor sat beneath it often now, not just in the mornings, but in the afternoons too. The warmth of May made sitting outside not just possible, but pleasant. She would bring her tea, or sometimes just water, and sit with her back against the trunk. From here, she could see the whole garden. The paths, the beds, the walls. Everything was greener now. Fuller. The bare earth, that had been so visible in March, was mostly covered. Not perfectly. There were still gaps, still places where the beds looked thin, but the overall impression was no longer one of emptiness. It was one of becoming, of things returning, of the garden, remembering what it was. Eleanor had also begun to write in the green ledger. Not every day, but often. Short entries, a sentence or two, noting what had appeared, what had grown, what had failed. May 1831. The wallflowers are coming up. Slowly, but they are coming. The rose at the south wall has new growth at the base. I have left it alone. May 1831. First bees in the garden today. They found the rosemary. Stayed for nearly an hour. May 1831. The tree's shade is deep enough now to sit beneath. Even at midday, I have begun to spend my afternoons here. She did not write about William. She did not write about grief. She wrote only about the garden, about what was here, what was growing, what was continuing. And in that writing, she found something she had not expected. Not peace, not closure, but company. The sense that she was not alone in this, that William had been here, that Davy's father had been here, that others had been here before them, that the garden remembered all of them, and that she, in her small way, was continuing something that did not begin with her and would not end with her. One afternoon in late May, Eleanor was sitting beneath the tree when she heard the gate, the small wooden gate, at the far end of the garden, the one that opened onto the lane. She had not used that gate, had not known anyone else used it. She stood, turned, and saw an old man coming through. He was very old, perhaps 70, perhaps more. He walked slowly, with a slight stoop, but his eyes were clear. He saw Eleanor, stopped. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then the old man nodded. Mrs. Ashwick. Eleanor nodded back. She did not know who he was, but clearly, he knew who she was. The old man took a few steps into the garden, looked around. His gaze moved slowly across the beds, the paths, the tree. Then he looked back at Eleanor. I used to tend this place before. Eleanor understood immediately. Before William died, before she arrived. You must be Davy's father. The old man smiled faintly. I am, though I don't go by anything but Thomas these days. My son told me you'd asked after the garden. Thought I'd come see what you'd done with it. Eleanor felt suddenly self-conscious. She had not done much. A cold frame, a few seedlings, some daily watching. But Thomas was already walking toward the eastern bed. The rosemary looks well, better than when I left it. I was worried about it. Through the winter. He bent slightly, touched one of the silvery stems. You've been watering it. Eleanor shook her head. No, I haven't touched it. Thomas straightened, looked at her. Then you've done exactly right. Rosemary doesn't like fussing. Leave it alone, and it'll thank you for it. He moved on to the southern wall, saw the rose, stopped. Well, look at that. He stood before it for a long moment. I thought this one might not come back. It's very old. Been here since before I started, but it's flowering again. He turned to Eleanor. You pruned it. No, I left it. I didn't know what to do, so I thought it was safer not to. Thomas nodded slowly. That's wisdom. More people should have it. He walked to the cold frame, knelt beside it, opened the lid, looked at the seedlings inside. Wallflowers. Eleanor nodded. And stock. And sweet William. From the seeds. My husband left. Thomas looked up at her. William was a good man. Knew his plants. Always asked questions. When he visited, always listened to the answers. He closed the lid gently. Stood. You're doing well with them. Opening the frame. During the warm days. That's right. They'll be ready to plant out in another few weeks. Eleanor felt something. Ease in her chest. She had not known if she was doing it correctly. Had only followed what the book had said. But Thomas' quiet approval meant more than she expected. He walked back to the tree, stood beneath it, looked up at the canopy. I've sat under this tree more times than I can count. 40 years or near enough. It's good to see someone sitting under it again. He looked at Eleanor. The garden needs that. Needs someone to be here. Not just working, but being. Eleanor did not know what to say. Thomas seemed to understand. He nodded once more. I'll leave you to it. But if you need anything, my son knows where to find me. And with that, he turned, walked back to the gate, and left. Eleanor stood in the middle of the garden for a long time after he was gone. She felt something she could not quite name. Not happiness, not exactly, but something close to it. The sense that she had been seen, that what she was doing here had been noticed, had been approved of, not just by Thomas, but by the garden itself, by the long line of people who had tended it before her. She was not alone in this. She had never been alone. The evenings grew longer. By the end of May, the light lasted until nearly 9 o'clock. Eleanor found herself staying in the garden later and later, not from any necessity. There was no work that needed to be done after dark, but she stayed anyway, because she had discovered that the garden at dusk was different From the garden, at any other hour, the light softened, became golden, then amber, then something between amber and gray. The colors of the beds deepened. The greens became richer. The few flowers that had appeared, the tulips, the rose, a cluster of forget-me-nots that she had not planted, seemed to glow against the darkening earth. The sounds changed too. The birds that had been active all day grew quieter. Their calls became occasional, then rare, then absent. Other sounds emerged. The soft movement of a breeze through the trees' leaves. The distant sound of sheep on the moor. A single owl somewhere far beyond the wall. Eleanor would sit on the bench and listen, not actively, not trying to identify each sound, simply letting them be there, letting the evening unfold around her. One evening, near the end of May, she sat longer than usual. The light had faded until she could barely see the path in front of her, but she did not move. She sat and thought about William, not in the way she had thought about him in the months after his death. Then, thinking about him had been like pressing on an open wound. Sharp, immediate, unbearable. Now, it was different. She thought about him the way she thought about the garden, with attention, with care, but without the sharp edge of fresh grief. She thought about the way he had laughed, quietly, often at things that no one else found funny. She thought about the way he had worked, with his sleeves rolled up, his hands moving, with the kind of precision that came from years of careful practice. She thought about the way he had talked about this garden, about the plans he had made, the things he had wanted to show her. They had never come here together. Not properly. There had always been something else. The shop, his work, her own reluctance to leave the village. And then he had died. And all those plans had died with him. But the garden had not died. It had continued. And she had continued. And now, sitting in the dusk, she realized that she was doing what William had wanted to do. Not in the same way. Not with his knowledge. Not with his skill. But in her own way. She was here. She was paying attention. She was tending what he had loved. And in doing so, she was keeping him present, not in the way that brought pain, but in a way that brought something else. Connection, continuity, the sense that what he had begun had not ended with him. She had begun to understand something about grief. It did not leave. It would not leave. Not entirely. William was still gone. Would always be gone. That fact had not changed. Would never change. But something else had changed. The grief no longer filled every available space. It was still there. Large, heavy, but it had made room for other things. For the garden, for the seedlings in the cold frame, for the rose blooming at the southern wall, for the quiet satisfaction of writing a single line in the green ledger, for the knowledge that she was continuing something that William had begun, that Thomas had tended, that others before them had loved. This did not erase the grief, but it made the grief bearable, made it possible to carry it without collapsing beneath it. She thought about this as she sat in the dusk, thought about William, about the 2 weeks of his dying, about the months afterward when she had not known how to continue, about arriving at Ashwick and closing herself inside and avoiding the garden because it reminded her too much of what she had lost. And then, in March, opening the door, finding the snowdrops, finding, in those small white bells, something that was not William, but was not William either. The snowdrops had been here when William was here. He had written about them, had noted their return every March, and now they had returned again. And he was not here to see them, but they did not need him to be here. They came anyway, because that was what they did every year, without fail, whether he was watching or not. And in that, Eleanor had found something unexpected, not comfort exactly, but a kind of company, the sense that William was still here, not in body, not in presence, but in the things he had tended, in the ledger he had kept, in the seeds he had saved, in the garden that continued. Without him, the weeks had turned into months, March into April, April into May, and now May was turning into June. Each month had brought changes, not just in the garden, but in her. In March, she had not known if she could bear to be here. In April, she had begun to hope that perhaps she could. In May, she had realized that she wanted to. And now, at the threshold of June, she understood that Ashwick was no longer a place she had come to because she had nowhere else to go. It was home, not in the way the rooms above the shop had been home. That home had been defined by William's presence. This home was something else. It was defined by the garden, by the work of her own hands, by the small decisions she made each day. Where to sit, what to plant, when to open the cold frame, what to write in the ledger. These were her decisions, not William's, not anyone else's, hers. And in making them, she had become someone she had not been before, not someone different. She was still Eleanor, still William's widow, still carrying the weight of his loss. But she was also something more. She was the person who had planted the wallflowers, who had built the cold frame, who had sat beneath the tree and watched as the garden woke from winter, who had written in the ledger, who had continued what others had begun, and who would, she hoped, continue it for many years to come. The sky above was almost dark now. The first stars were beginning to appear, faint at first, then brighter. Eleanor stood, walked to the tree, placed her hand against its trunk. The bark was cool now. All the warmth of the day had left it, but it was still there, solid, reliable, as it had been, for longer than she had been alive, as it would be, for longer than she would live. She thought about that, about the tree, about the rose, about the snowdrops that would return next March. Whether she was here or not, she thought about all the people who had stood where she was standing now. William, Thomas, Thomas's father, others before them, whose names she did not know. They had all stood here, had all touched this tree, had all watched the same garden pass through the same seasons, and they were gone now, most of them, or would be gone eventually, but the tree remained, the garden remained, and that, Eleanor thought, was enough, not to erase loss, but to make loss part of something larger, part of a cycle that did not end with any single person, but continued through all of them. She opened the ledger one final time before the light was gone completely, turned to a blank page, wrote, May 1831. The garden remembers, even when we do not, even when we are gone. It continues. It holds us in the things we have tended, and when we are ready, it gives us back what we have given it, not in the same form, but in something new, something green, something alive. She closed the book, held it against her chest for a moment, then carried it inside. That night, Eleanor slept deeply, more deeply than she had slept in many months. She did not wake in the dark hours, did not reach for William's empty side of the bed. She simply slept, and when she woke, it was morning. The light at the window was pale gold. The air coming through was warm. She rose, dressed, went downstairs, made tea, and went to the garden. The snowdrops were long gone now, their season finished, their petals fallen, their stems returned to the earth, but other things had taken their place. The rosemary was flowering now, small pale blue flowers along every stem. The bees had found it, were already moving through its branches with the kind of purposeful attention that Eleanor recognized. The cold frame held 12 seedlings that were nearly ready to be planted out. Thomas had said, another few weeks, perhaps less, and the rose at the southern wall still held its 3 blooms, slightly faded now, their petals beginning to soften at the edges, but still there, still beautiful, still proof that even old things can continue. Eleanor walked to the tree, sat at its base, opened the green ledger, and wrote, May 1831. I think, perhaps, I am beginning to understand what this garden is for. It is not for forgetting. It is not for moving on. It is for remembering, in a way that does not hurt, for holding what has been lost, in a form that can still grow, for continuing what others have begun, and for trusting that when we can no longer continue, someone else will. She set down the pencil, looked at what she had written. It was not perfect. It was not eloquent. But it was true. And that, she thought, was enough. And now, the night grows quieter still. The garden waits. But you no longer need to follow it. You may rest here, in the stillness, where nothing more is asked of you. Let the story fade gently, as all quiet things do. There is no ending to hold on to, only the soft passing of the moment. If your thoughts return, let them drift again, like mist across the moor, like the first green shoots, pushing up through cold earth, like the small persistent hope of things that grow. Your breathing may slow now, easy, unhurried. Let the garden carry you, as gardens carry everything, without effort, without asking anything in return. And as the night continues on, you may simply follow it into rest. The seedlings will remain, growing in the dark, whether you are watching or not. And here, in this quiet place, you are free to let go. Good night.